Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Dragons in Space. We've made a few improvements that should hopefully improve the performance of the stream this evening, so we have a much smoother ride than we had the last couple of evenings. We are resuming our Twitch campaign. No Nightbot. I wonder where Nightbot is. Okay, we want to get that fixed right quick and then we'll get moving. Nightbot, oh, for where art thou, Nightbot? Oh well, I guess we'll have to do for that without Nightbot for now. Okay, so last we left off, we had been working on probe and got that completed, but we were having trouble communicating with satellites. So tonight we're going to continue to work on the custom grid for the planetary broadcasting and more survey missions. We put one scanner up last evening around Kerbin. It's already performing its scans. We also had difficulty getting into Kerbin synchronary orbit due to lack of stages, I'm guessing, and we weren't properly aligned with the orbit as well. Not being aligned with a orbit that is extremely high in terms of angle off of the equator uh, can cause some difficulty at launches when you can't just travel east. You actually have to be in line with the orbit and launch with the orbit in order to minimize fuel usage. Otherwise, you waste way more fuel than you need to, and in career mode, every dollar counts. People say career mode isn't that difficult, but in the early part of the game when you don't have access to everything, and when cash is important, it can be a little challenging. Let's see what other contracts they have today for us as well. All high G, are any of them in atmosphere? Because I can do those. I have a jet now. Won't black anybody out. Suborbital, suborbital, orbit, flying. We can do this one. Let's go ahead and black these two tourists out, and then we'll get to the satellite. This thing is the one we know can hit some major speed and pull some tight turns. It only has one cockpit though, and it doesn't have a probe core on it yet. However, I think I'm going to fix that right quick, because by adding a probe core, we can do tourist missions without the use of pilot. And it won't cause that much in terms of any type of change in the aerodynamics of the craft either, which is a really good thing. We got power on there. We better make sure this thing has some power for that probe. So to get the probe some extra power, we toss on additional power supply here. Go right above the probe itself. Put that down. I think we forgot to include an antenna on this. And what we'll do is we'll add another compartment in the back. Let's see if I have the ability to do an actual tourist extension. There we go. Actually, to make this even more aerodynamic without the need for a pilot, here's the tricky bit. I'm not, yeah, it will allow me to use it as an anchor. Okay, so I tend to name my vehicles to their role in order to make sure I don't lose track of which ones are for what. Pretty simple, really. Alright, let's give this monster a try, see if she can black these tourists out. This should be the easiest mission ever. You go off the runway, do a high G flip, black out the curls, turn around. No pilot necessary. As you'll notice, it's a lot smoother this evening. I mean, the broadcast stream is stable. I found out that some face freak settings I had were set to just a little too high, causing a lot of stuttering. No afterburn wet mode? What? I'll say that would be incredibly good fun. Well, we're going to get to test this thing because there's no tourists on it. You know what else is on board? Nothing that can black out. Landing test landing. This test landing does not. Can't black out a probe. So stable. That's how fast this thing can convert downward momentum into ascent. It is highly maneuverable. Love it, love it, love it. Just get underground now. Shoot, slow her down. Boy, she moved quickly. And there we go. Alright, we've confirmed the tourist vessel is definitely safe. Are you recovering? Alright, let's actually add the tourists this time. Make some money. Which tourists want this? Oddly Indians for that's what it should have been. Oh. Just so everybody knows, aerial friction is on normal settings, and so is G blackout radius. Here comes the fun, guys. All right, fellas, time for some fun. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Those two could keep their stomachs. or when you want those guaranteed soft landings, always go for parachute. Easy money. These, on the other hand, not so easy money. More likely to throw your curveball in space on these than any other mission. Probably why they pay so much. Alright, so we got that out of the way. Next project is well, let's see if we can get that geostationary satellite perfected. The contract's worth a lot of money. I was trying my best not to spend more money on it than we already have on our current rocket design, but we're just going to need more thrust. That's all there is to it. There's no way getting around it. We need a longer range vehicle. Before I go back to hydrogen and oxygen as the main propulsion system for these. Blocks, I guess. Okay, so we got our second stage back to using clocks. Third stage we now is using liquid fuel and oxygen. Problem is right here. We need one more stage, a little bit more with a lighter weight and a greater longevity. Fortunately, we don't have any pools yet. Nor do I believe we have any structural parts which will allow us. Yeah, we'd have to do side mounts that get on the bottom. Can't wait till we get later technology to have much more efficient rocket designs, because these are horrible. But they are what we have to work with for the moment. Sometimes you must do what must be done. Close enough. Alright, let's give this new design a try. See if it goes for a bit. That is too heavy. Launch pad limitation. I'm gonna fix that. Hey Jade, how you doing? Great. We are in the process of putting a geostationary, or turbostationary, I should say, satellite into orbit. Part of the mission we have. It's at a very, very odd angle. 67 degrees vertical from the equator. See, look at this madness. This is the first geostationary satellite orbit they gave me. Straight up and down. But earliest part of the game, we had the lowest PWR engines, and you got to pull this off. All right, we need to let this rotate in line with the orbit here. Initiating countdown sequence. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. And it's by 3 massive SRBs. This thing is still having trouble getting off the ground. Beginning roll. Oops, wrong way. Wrong way. Turn the other direction, fellas. Other direction. Thank you. Stop there, stop there, stop there, not too much. There we go. So we know that the angle is 67 degrees above the equator, which means we'll need to be about 60 degrees, 67 degrees below the 90 degree directional indicator. So that puts us about 23 degrees north. We have clean stage 1 separation. And we have clean stage 2 ignition. Alright, let's take a look at something. Where is our down there? Still at negative 16 degrees. Drifting to apoapsis. Beginning orbital burn. Stage 2 extended. Not so clean separation. And we have a problem. Let's see if we can sling it off. Why is this trapped? Oh no. Did not mean to have that out yet. Great. Well, let's see if this can make it the rest of the way. Bye. We have orbit. Question is, will we have enough fuel to hit geostationary orbit? And I'm very skeptical of that, since we've already almost burnt through half of it. Yeah, this isn't even going to be close. Why do I have to adjust those engines? They're clipping the separator too much. Which is surprising. They're just a ring. That should be enough clearance. All right, try again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff of the geostationary orbit delivery system. Don't get it. This time it seems to have a lot more get up and go. Proper roll execution that time. Proper precision. Not quite in line with our orbit, but we should still hopefully be able to cut down the angle, the change that we have to achieve against the orbit by about half. So instead of doing a full 67-degree burn, we'll only be doing a 33 degrees. In separation of first stage and initiation of second. And that is a high orbit. Be just a moment. I'm checking on something for a friend, trying to see which mod gives me the extra stars. It's called Interstellar Adventure Revive, if anyone is also wondering about that. This is looking good. We're only 6 degrees off, and then we have plenty of fuel left to the full stage. Oh, I'm out of comms again. Well, that'll make this interesting. I heard that. Well, that was interesting. I think we just had a gunfight outside of my apartment. Talk about making somebody a nervous wreck. Oh my. The police have been called. I think everything will be okay. We're not that much. Sounded like it came from that way over that way here. I don't think it was near our apartment. Go back to. We'll be okay. I'll call the police on it. Oh my. Okay, we're going to resume in just a moment. Okay, let's get this satellite into orbit. Guess that's as good as we get for now. Move around a little bit and catch it on the other side. Still plenty of fuel available. I'll make these match. Ooh, overshoot a little actually. That's okay, it's within 7,000. Now we go to shift the ascending node. So to do that, we need to go down to the descending node, or the anti-normal, and push that. One degree off. Make that one 0. If it'll let us, apparently it won't. One minor correction on this side, and we should be good. Yep, and we are on target. Oh, I'm actually a few thousand off. Well, we can correct that on the next loop. Alright, so we're at the apoapsis. Let's go around to prograde. And prograde will let us hopefully get that apoapsis head on. Making corrections as we go. And it was going to flip. We already knew that, so we're good for that part. Wrong direction. We need to put the other one. Almost perfect. Leak it on the other side and we should be done. 1 degree off. Bingo. Our first synchronous orbit satellite, which should greatly improve our global coverage. Alright, so that's one mission down. Next objective, put a ScanSat in the orbit of probably the moon, and then Minmus next. The more communication satellites we put up, whether they're ScanSats or whether they're... Ooh, I forgot to collect the science on that boat. I'll have to go back to it. I forgot, I haven't had any science from deep space around Kerbin yet. It's that early in a campaign, and quite frankly, I'm not used to it being this early in a campaign. We sent the satellite up, sir, but we forgot to beam the science down. No. Fortunately, that's a very correctable problem. See that beautiful itinerary? Get the most I can out of that satellite. Okay, let's see what science we can collect here. All the science. Better wait a little bit for the power to build up before I send. Ah! Okay, well, I just have to wait for a full battery. Whoa, 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 whoa. Go time that fast. Looks like I'm going to have to set it to allow partial. Oh, I know what I can do. Wait till it's relatively full again. We're going to start discharging our storage battery. Okay, you can start discharging anytime now. Alright, let's find that battery. Now I want to tell it to do this manually. Give it a little extra juice. There we go. Alright, that's all the science from the satellite that we sent up. Okay, now we can finally do what I've been trying to do the entire time, which is unlock these beautiful mobile processing labs. And a lot of other nice stuff too, including the multispectral sensor, which will give us some additional missions for satellites. I couldn't afford seat belts. I really love these new ladders. Okay, ladders are now unlocked. Well, processing lab is. So now we can focus on other cheaper sites. So, step 2. First off, let's see if we got any more missions. I think those are part of KSPIE or they're part of construction. I'm not sure which. They come in 8 and 4 meter segments and are very nice, straight, and uniform, which makes them very easy to work with compared to the rungs that you have. And where they come in 8 and 4 meter segments, that means that you don't have to use so many parts to construct your ladder trail. One of the reasons I use the setup that I do is to minimize the part count on my craft so that when they get into proximity of each other, they're not jumping around the screen. More observational surveys. Ooh, temperature surveys and Minmus. These are easy when you get a good probe made. These are not easy. We'll take these for completion later. By the way, Jade, have you noticed that I'm only on day 3 of my campaign? Yeah, it's like 3 days in. I've already upgraded a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, I've made like 2 or 3 million on missions so far. This is already in progress. It'll be done soon. We need to do Minmus next. Actually, no. We'll do the moon next. And it's on normal. I mean, it's not easy to get this money. Not at all. Default normal settings. Default normal reentry heat. Default G values. Everything's default pretty much. The only thing I did was gave myself a little bit of cash to start off with. You know, the geostationary satellite delivery system should have enough to get us to the moon, too. But we're going to try that. Just one thing. I'm going to change the orientation of our box here. really, really challenging because you can't just build a mushroom out to whatever size you want. You have a very limited budget. See, right now, this thing, what I've got already is 75,917. The mission I've got it slated for is worth about 160,000. I'm only making about, twice again the value of the rocket profit. You get later on when people want to build these gigantic interplanetary carriers, and this budget's really going to start to be painful. Especially when you get into a really late game when you can go to entire other star systems. Now imagine how difficult that's going to be on a budget. And quite frankly, I have practically no experience with the advanced interstellar equipment. So it's going to be entertaining to see how that works out. But I do have a lot of experience with all the base parts and the B9 procedural wings, which are just amazing. I cannot wait to get those. I'll start doing historical aircraft when I get those. Alright, so we need to change the contents of this thing. We do not want a standard ComSat because that has a bunch of extra. Actually, do I want a ComSat? I want a ComSat that can do ScanSat stuff too, because if I send one that does both, I can do both the mission and send back the initial science from around Minmus. Let's go adapt to ComSat to do both. I'm so original with my naming conventions. Attach that on that side, attach this on the other. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know what financing Interstellar is going to look like. It's going to be entertaining. Because if those engines are even worth close to what their value is for the technology, it's going to be amazingly expensive. I may need more power systems for this one, given how many different types of scans are going to be being conducted. Grab the wrong thing. There's some extra power. This probe is intended on going to the moon. Yeah, there's a lot more distances to cover. More importantly, this is going to be my first ComSat to the moon. Each of the first ComSats I send out, I try to max out their potential power output to make sure that if they are part of a potential ring, provide coverage on a given area of Kerbin or one of the other planets, that they have that capability. Later on, once I get better antenna, this one with the early relays is going to be deorbited and retired. And then a new satellite will be put up that has the newer equipment. Because despite this having 8 of these early relays, a single one of the 2 or 3 tech tree steps down relays will have many, many magnitudes more power. This is just meant to be part of the network. It's just another hub or link. Not necessarily future-proof, but it helps. Besides that, they're not exactly that heavy, and I think I've got overkill on the rocket to deliver it. Okay, so let's open the PO delivery. Edit the content, remove the ComSat, add the alpha scan sat. I need a way to sort my vessels. By any chance, Jay, do you have any recommendations for a mod that can sort your inventory of your hangars? Like the vehicle assembly and the spaceplane hangar? And that one fits neatly. Let's see if I can resize it any. I don't think I can. Nope, too small. Too small. It is the smallest fairing that it can manage. What's its name, do you know? Oh. Let's do this. Now, there. Now you can use Nightbot. You can add the link. Do you know how to use Nightbot? Hey, I know you from other channels. Other people trust you. I trust you too. Thank you. I will definitely index that and use it later. Can't interrupt this particular campaign right now to do that cost of stream, but I will definitely have that one added for tomorrow night and the weekend. By the way, Saturday and Sunday I'll probably be streaming for like a ridiculous number of hours, probably 5 to 6 in the evenings. All goes well. Maybe longer than that on Sundays. Those are going to be my big days. I love the tweakable perks too, because I don't know about you, but having like 10 parts to do one thing is kind of silly. So if I can resize a booster instead of adding like 10, I'm all over that. After all, NASA builds their boosters to scale. They don't exactly, say, oh, let's add 10 boosters for a single package delivery. So I consider it a lot more realistic to just, if you have a bigger payload, build a bigger booster. Yeah. B9's procedural wings, procedural parts, I believe. Either that or it's tweak scale. Not sure which one of those actually provides the mechanic for the booster part size changes, but I know the B9 does the procedural wings for sure. Clean stage 1 separation, going for stage 2. And let's see, stage 2 ignition is successful, waiting for orbit. And let's see where the moon's at today. That new Kerbal-Synchronous satellite is really doing its job in a major way. Look at that, it's in contact with every single satellite. Yeah, that's probably what I got then, procedural parts. I have so many mods, I've got 49 in total, that I forget what exactly does what. But I played the base game out. I mean, I just wore it out. I've been playing the base game since there was no moon, and the only objective was to get as high as you can with one type of SRB, with the little bitty one, the jumping flea. I think that was the only SRB available. Yeah, it was. It was 2D. It was flat. There was no outside. There was simply a launch pad. I probably put in well over 1,000. You got to remember that the 1,000 hours is only since it's been on Steam. I was with Kerbals before Kerbals was on Steam. When I heard Kerbals hit Steam, I just about went nuts. I was like, oh my god, yes, give me, give me, give me. I did not want to let that go by. Digital copy, mine forever. think I put some solar panel on the outside of this update, or at least I should have. Yeah, okay, so we're good on power. Unless I get into the dark side of urban. I hope that's not where I'm going to be rendezvousing with the moon, for that could present a problem. So if I see the orbit of the moon is going to take me behind Urban when I do the rendezvous, I will probably have to wait a few orbits. I need to show you my most fun craft, Jay. I'll have to show it to you in my other campaign. It's a six-legged rover designed to be indestructible, and it can be sent to dinner. And it rides like a motorcycle or like a standard drone. Or it can hover. 3 modes of movement. I think it's one of my most beautiful creations, actually. Okay, we're in orbit. By any chance, did you help make the Interstellar Adventures? Because that one is ridiculously fun. Okay, let's save this one then, and we will go take a look at that, just for giggles. We go to Space Center to update the persistent, and then I will go load the other. Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that earlier. I thought you may have been a participant in both. Galileo looks beautiful, and I will probably be trying that one next. I'm probably going to wait until after they come out with the historic DLC before I change campaigns again, which I hear it's only 1 or 2 months out. I assume they'll be updating Galileo to work with that, or I've heard the changes may not even affect it. So, do you know about that? Do you know how if it's going to be compatible with the new DLC? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, for those watching, we're actually changing to my standard campaign. I'm going to show Jade, my viewers here, including anybody who wants to watch this video in the future, one of my most unique creations, one I'll probably be using in the campaign in the near future, once we get a few more parts unlocked. Now, back in the day, before 1.0, when the LVN1R engines, the side mount small engines, were a little stronger and the ion engines hadn't been tweaked, I was able to get away with using LVA1Rs for what I'm doing here, but I had to change engine types. But it still works. I'm using Twitches now instead. Now, this is my main campaign. This is the one I really relax in. I've got it on easy. So I made ridiculous amounts of money and ridiculous amounts of tech. And it allows me to also test models and designs for use in the other campaign as well. So basically, you'll just have a few planets which won't be part of Grand Tours, blah, blah, blah. They need to make the planet system modular in some way, where it just takes the names of any planets present and throws them into the contract system. If they were to do that, it'd be much more flexible with the modding community. Hopefully somebody will make a mod for that. Make it adaptable. I think that's the Ares Lunar Probe. Let's go ahead and toss it out there and see. This is the Ares Lunar Probe, also known as This Thing Is Nuts. Designed to be indestructible, this thing was on Mars at one point. I rolled it across the Martian surface at over 50 meters per second and managed to actually take it from the North Pole of Mars to the equator in one sitting. It took about 1 to 2 hours of drive time. Real life drive time. With some acceleration. I've actually got it documented on Imager, or not Imager, but I've got pictures. I could probably upload the whole series to Imager and show how it drove. It skips. It's light enough, and the landing gear is strong enough that it literally, once you get it up to speed, you can simply take off the throttle, and it will pretty much float across the surface of whatever planet it's on. The only planet I've seen it has trouble with are ones with a greater than one curve in gravity. But any other planet lighter than 1 curve in gravity, Mars, Ike, Moon, Minmus, it floats. And the great thing about it is the way it's designed, if you happen to go off a crater for some reason, like one of those massive drops on the moon where you go over a ledge and oh my god, there's a canyon in front of you, this thing will just hover and then land itself and then resume its course. I also call it the disco ball, and you'll see why in just a moment. Well, this could be a problem. It's not daylight. It needs power. I wonder if they don't get light from the other stars. Alright, so here we are. Daytime. Now, unfortunately, the Twitches use a whole lot more fuel. I may actually have to upgrade the engines. Or not the engines, but the fuel tanks because of that. The old engines, the LVN1s, when this was doable, when they were around, it barely consumed anything. It's controlled by action groups. One's on the bottom, two's on the top. One controls vertical movement up and down, and 2 does braking whenever you're rolling along the train. It is literally the most maneuverable vehicle I can think of. It reminds me of those. Have you ever seen? I'm trying to think of the movie name. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. If you've ever watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they have these little bitty light vehicles that the main character chases to dismount, and it reminds me of those. And this is why I call it disco ball. You can turn on all these landing gear lights. You should. It's a classic American film. Very classic sci-fi. He tries to communicate with the aliens, or the U.S. military tries to communicate with the aliens by using a giant light and soundboard. I have literally had this thing slam into the side of the Space Center and then crawl up it. And I failed a landing at one point. Uh-oh, it's getting lighter. It's making it harder to steer because it wants to go up, 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 up due to the lack of weight. And I needed to go down, 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 down. When it had the LVN1Rs, it's also more steerable, believe it or not. Because the lighter thrust made small momentum changes much easier. This is harder than it looks. Oh! Broke a panel. Come on, don't lag on me. Ah. Okay. Let's do a landing demonstration since it doesn't want to cooperate on the roof. It's landing upside down, by the way. Technically, this is landing upside down. Oh, and it's also landing on two wheels. And now it's landing backwards. Let me see if I can get it balanced right. Come on. And now it's the paddle wheel. Fully capable of, if it completely runs out of fuel, it can travel on its side. I don't know how many RPMs I have it up to right now, but it's ridiculous. So as long as it had electrical charge with all these with the SAS modules and the 6 legs like this, it would never stop moving. It would never blow up and just about never crash itself to death. I wonder what actually blew up earlier. Well, get this out of the way. Oh, it's one of the twitches. Well, those are redundant. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, imagine this thing on Mars or Luna or the Moon. This thing would be able to move. It really is. It is a perpetual motion device. And it's better than any other of the rovers that use the standard rover engines and rover wheels because those things take forever to get anywhere. I don't think I can get it to climb a building, although I have tried. I know it will climb a building if it has fuel. But yeah, I will put this in the campaign later. Now the fun part is these were around before we had these massive solar panels. So I'm thinking, add a couple more SAS models. The only thing is, the wider I make it, the less protected it is in the middle. I can put a full suite on there, pick up pretty much everything. And if you put one of the storage canisters on there, well, you'd have to have an engineer. But I should experiment. Oh my God, those poor Kerbals would be so sick. Can you imagine putting a crew module in the middle of this thing? Talk about having to survive the G testing. All right, I want to show you another fun thing this thing can do. It'd be like that. Have you seen Interstellar, the movie Interstellar? Watch this. Just bounces right around. Doesn't even phase by impact with the land. Sit on a crack. Doesn't care. So yeah, the rotation will be kind of like that part in the movie where they're playing Hans Zimmer's "No Time for Caution." Okay, we broke something there. And oh, it's all the engines that provide brakes. I forgot where the twitches are longer, they're going to need to be moved up a little bit more on the chassis. Otherwise, they will break off. Come on, lift up. I'll have to try this way. I know what I need. I need a bump. Let me find a nice bump where I can keep myself off the ground. So the part of the movie where the Pegasus is spinning and the guy's trying to connect to it, that kind of reminds me of what this thing will be like. Workable. Boing, 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 boing. End over end, it doesn't care. Alright, let's ramp this baby. Come on, get control. Get in vertical momentum. Thank you. finally found something that can smash it. The corner of the VAB. Just sharp enough to fit in between all those wheels. Uh-oh. Gribbles crash? I think Gribbles crashed. Oh, goodness. This is the fun part. 59 minutes of load, or, well, not 59 minutes, but, well, 10 to 15 minutes of loading. Oh, fun. And now a word from our sponsor. Now, if only I had a sponsor. It may not be actually that bad. It just feels like it. In a couple seconds, you'll get to see my mod list. Yes, yes. I know stock visual enhancements needs updating. It probably needed to be restarted anyway. What the world is that? I love how Twitch just automatically plays an ad every time you start something. Okay, so these are all the add-ons I'm using. I've been pondering getting rid of a few of them. I'm just not sure which ones I want to get rid of yet. I might take out the custom barn kit because I have no idea what you're supposed to do with it. I still haven't figured out if I'm even making use of it. Have you ever heard of the custom barn kit? Yeah, you're right. Dependencies upon dependencies upon dependencies upon dependencies. Look at the madness at the bottom. All those different things that it's having to open. You know what I don't get? Why doesn't the way the game works, why won't it load the parts when you actually call for them? That would make a lot more sense to me, and it would really reduce the amount of load on the system. So if you actually use an asset, then it actually gets called. And if you put it into, like if you have it on a craft, it only actually summons that part into active state when you're actually looking at a craft that has it. But I guess Unity wasn't designed that way. It's a very inefficient system. I mean, parts of it are excellent, but parts of it are just, ugh. I don't think that, does B9 have any engines that use cryogenics? Like use the liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen? I will be honest, I haven't been impressed so far with the handling of payloads by the liquid hydrogen. I know the ISP is greater, but it's like the energy efficiency is lower. I got one mod for the atomic engines at one point that replaced the standard LVN's engines with liquid hydrogen, and I almost wept because of just how much more inefficient it became. You know, I don't think I've even unlocked the HX giant engines yet. How far down the tech tree is that? Is that near ending technology? And this part, I'm not sure this is actually doing things right because the amount of patches it's applying is ridiculous. Watch this patch number. And it does this every time it loads. The V9HX giant engines. I love the procedural wings. Even if I took out everything else of B9, I would have to keep the procedural parts. Because those wings are just beautiful. You know, this is what I get, Jade. I try to show off and Kerbal punishes me. It always finds some way to humble me. And now uploading the squad stuff. And the squad stuff is just going to get bigger with the new DLC. I tell you what, I definitely want to remove is the extra planetary launch pads. I suppose that's true. They might look into some sort of a caching algorithm where the most frequently used parts are cached. And then the others, like if you use certain parts, like most people build a particular way. So if you see, if the engine sees, and it can learn, it can keep a record based on a person's profile or a particular campaign. It can see what they're using the most of. Say a person uses one particular part on practically every craft, load that one into memory. This particular part, this other part, doesn't get used except for once in a blue moon, like once every 20, 30 craft, so we will load that one on demand. And if you do it like that, then you could significantly reduce load times while not inhibiting performance too much. Let's see, I think I'm going to reduce some of this. Maybe this will help. Out the God rays. We'll leave that on in case I want to change something. Yeah, they need somebody that has some experience with pitching to do that. Oh, they do? Okay. Thanks for the. Let's see. Can I change it now? Let's see. Go. Oh, thank you. Apparently, it's also contract configurator too. You won't fiddle with that. That's a bit beyond me. Right, let's go back to our normal campaign. Let's get that satellite to the moon. Thanks for the advice on the scatterer, by the way. I've been looking for ways to reduce the CPU usage of Kerbals, and I think that terrain shadows have probably been contributing to a lot of the demand. It does look a lot better. Okay, let's go to satellite. Garbage. Put up delivery system. All right, Moon, where are you? You're there. Here's that new bow. Perhaps this could be around 350,000 because that's the max effective altitude of the scanner set. Three. $10, 227. Guess that's as good as you're going to get. Alright, so let's add an alarm for this. long burner. Welcome aboard, Bahama Hunter. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We are going to the moon, setting up a comms network. The communication satellite we have on board right now also is a scanner satellite, trying to take pictures of the moon. We have contact, and we have exactly the right altitude. Next thing we got to do is we got to establish a polar orbit so that we can get our readings. Okay, we can also clear that node. We no longer need it. And we're going to burn normal until we this thing on a proper orbital course. Early game aviation, no navigation control. This is always fun. You gotta eyeball everything. Now our objective is to radialize at 350 kilometers up, so that periapsis is actually ideal and we're going to try to maintain it. Our only goal now is to get the normal indicator to face 270 degrees so that the orbit is perfectly vertical going over the pole. We can make sure that it stays at 350,000 meters by keeping the nose of the craft aimed either before or after the normal indicator in order to adjust, fine-tune the altitude. I don't need McGym. I've memorized the orbit patterns. DPP, I've seen, is, from what I've seen of this, a beautiful mod. Here's the interesting fact, folks. We still haven't ejected our payload yet. We're still running on the liquid stage 3. Stage 4 is the payload. So we got plenty of maneuver room if we get satellite adjustment missions later where it wants you to change orbits. One of the reasons I designed it with a little extra on board. Alright, next thing we need to do is we need to get this back facing the heading. Alright, time to fine tune the orbit. We want to push the ball onto the 180-degree line. Oh, there'll be plenty of time invested into it this Monday, Jade. Plenty of time, or not Monday, but Saturday and Sunday, this weekend. Alright, now we need to circularize this orbit. This one is already exactly where we want it, 353, which is the ideal altitude for most of the other satellites. We got a little burn space, we're just going to torch it. Don't lag on me, game. Not at this point. Not funny. Okay, we got a little bit out of sorts, so we're going to try to drift this north just a little. Hard to do when you have practically no SAS, a ton of fuel on board still. There we are, we're gaining altitude again on this side. Still losing it on the other, that's what we want. And that is close to ideal, just about as close as we're going to get. So let's go eject the payload and turn on all the toys, and then we're going to probably slam this into the surface of the moon to get rid of it. Actually, that might be able to land. Although I don't think we'll get any science from it, we could still get the achievements and make extra money. Ooh, we just completed the scan of Kerbin. We just broke a speed record, first fly by the moon, escaped gravitational influence of Kerbin, entered the orbit of the moon. Eject the payload now, which is the actual satellite. And we should have a whole bunch of science to do right now. Oh yeah. Now, we don't actually intend on retrieving this satellite, at least not anywhere in the near future. So, we're going to go ahead and send this data back. Well, I suppose it'd be useful to actually extend the antennas. Well, Bama, I am on late nights. I typically keep a really late work schedule due to working second shift, and I like to play in the early morning hours. So if you are on at this time and you're having a need for a fix, just stop by. I don't have the best PC either, but I've got enough that I can actually do this okay, especially with Jade's tips on limiting resource usage earlier, as well as the reduction of the usage of resources by face rig. I love how it hides menus behind menus. Stop it. Now the real question, do we have this in proper alignment to do telemetry on our scan set correctly? Celestial body. We might need to make adjustments to the current set. It may not be quite in proper attunement. A lot of scars on that map. Alright, so we are now at Moon. For those of you who have never seen ScanSat, I believe you probably have, Jay, but for Mama and anybody else that happens to be joining us at this point, when you're looking at ScanSat, you're going to see blue and brown lines. Those indicate the orbits on each side of the planet, and you notice they're going to look like teeth. What you want them to do is you want those teeth to interlock, because if they interlock, in other words, a small space between each one, see, there's blue, then brown on the bottom, about halfway from the next blue. Then the next blue is about halfway from the next brown. If you got them interchanging like that, that gives you the best coverage, and that means that you've got a proper polar orbit that will allow you to cover the majority of the planet's surface in a very short amount of time. So Moon's going to be covered soon, and we have multiple scanners running. We've got both the biome scanner as well as the telemetry scanner for radar. Checking to see if any of these have any additional science we can pick up. And this satellite still has a full fuel payload. It can be moved at any time. I could probably land on the surface of the Moon, but I don't want to. Maybe not. This has a lot of mass, that heat shield does. No extra science to be had from the scanners at this time. Oh, and those, if you look, you'll see additional stars. In this particular game, I've got a mod called Interstellar Adventures, adds additional solar systems. Alright, so let's check things out here. Let's go ahead and switch over to delivery system so that we can either ram it or get rid of it. We'll be able to switch to it from the vehicle itself. There we go. Alright, so this is our probe/delivery vehicle. It has a hangar fairing on the front that also serves as a communications relay and a probe. It even has SAS built into it. You know, I could crash this onto the Moon, but you know, it occurred to me I can use this as a secondary satellite. I can send it in an opposite orbital direction and provide greater coverage of the Moon for future lunar landing missions, so I'm never out of communications. And I think I'm going to do that. Because why not? Make use of what you got, they say. Thank you for the host, Mama. I'll be sure to add you back later. You stream? Oh, you don't stream, do you, Mama? Because of your PC issues? Get around there. You can do it. Alright, our objective now is to try to get this probe to expend its fuel, getting into a flat in orbit, the moon as possible. We want it running around the equator since the other satellite is running around the pole. And if we do that, we'll have at least a quarter of the moon covered most of the time. Maybe we'll have two polar orbits. I have to wait till it gets down to the equator before I burn. Sideways. Alright, so let's try to turn this thing on its head. And this is what I call making the optimal use of your delivery vehicle. And in career, making optimal use of all your resources is absolutely essential. Due to the fact there's already a communication satellite relay in a polar orbit of the moon, by having this second satellite orbiting the equator, I can now cover a much larger section of the moon without having to send up yet another satellite. Because, craft-to-craft communication is a much shorter range. We need to bring that other orbit down just a little. We want these in a nice flat 300. Do we have enough? We may not have enough fuel for it, but we're going to try. So we're going to need to burn west. Wait, is it moving west? We need to burn east, actually. Ooh, too low. I always go one way or the other. Guess momentum to flip us over so we can re-normalize. Overshot. Paying too much attention to the chat. You guys are too interesting. Yeah, loss of game data is always a deal breaker. I hope they get it stable for console, but I'll be honest, Kerbals is one of those games where it's for a console, it's just not optimized for it. I mean, you're way better off playing on PC on top of just due to the mods and, well, the community. A lot of different reasons to favor Kerbals on a computer system. Yeah, you can fine-tune everything. I can't imagine trying to do this with a joystick. And there we go. That's close enough. Within a 5,000 wiggle room. Okay, so now we have two satellites in the orbit of the moon, and we weren't even trying for the second one. It just happened to be there when we finished deploying the other. I love those fairing launchers. They're amazing. Hey, what you should do, Bama, is hang out around EJ and around Das Valdez. Das Valdez in particular, he loves to give away copies of the games in his stream. And you might be able to pick up a free copy from somebody in the community here. You know, Jade, I'm going to hate myself later because normally I don't put anything in an east to west orbit, but I did this. Oops. Yeah, I'll live. If anything, I'll just crash it later. Alright, so we're done with that. And I think I got us. Ooh, we got the rendezvous for the deployment of the satellite as well. Yes, I went retrograde. What am I thinking? Tower. We have one particular aircraft that likes to fly backwards. We don't know why. It's causing a mess in the airspace. And back to the space center we go. Okay, so we got one scanner running on the moon. It's already at 8%. It wants me to scan all the things, Jade. It wants me to scan all the things. Suborbital space flight, that's all they want. We'll do those guys after we do the satellite to Minmus. Modified by DTV. The only thing that could have made GPP better, I think, Jade, is if you had found a way to model axial tilt, which I know is impossible due to the rail system, but if anybody pulls that off, they will have the MacGuffin. See if we got any new toys here. Do a biome scan? I already got that in progress. That was Space Cat, by the way, if you heard the meow. That is Eclipse, my black. She is a solid black kitty with just a white tuft on her chest. The only thing that can make it better, Jade, other than the axial tilt, is a fog of war, so that you don't actually know which planets are out there until you look for them. Imagine having to develop telescopes or some other system of detection in order to find the planets before you can go to them. Let's see, I think we're done here. Alright, so next mission was to Minmus, and we're going to use the same setup That we did for the Moon. One polar satellite to do scanning, one secondary communication satellite simply to provide equatorial communications. Not to my knowledge, Bama, but if you know of one, by all means let me know because I would be so. Oh, if you. Well, I know you can set it so that the tech tree, there's a mod that lets you do the tech tree so that you don't know what's next in the tech tree until you research what's before it. But as for actually finding planets and comets and stuff, no, there's no mod like that that I'm aware of. But let me know if you find one because I would totally use that. Although that would be my 51st mod and probably make my Kerbals even more unstable. Oh, okay, well, when it's finished and it is stable, please message me, Jade, let me know. But I will install it the day it comes out. Although by that point I will probably have already be in a position to discover everything at this point. Actually, how much science do we have? Can we upgrade anything yet? I don't think we can, but I want to double check. Base cat, stop eating the plastic. No, we don't have enough, I don't think. Anything in the 30s? Nope, we're all 90s now. All 90s. Yeah, as soon as the DLC drops, Jade, and as soon as when the DLC drops, I'm probably going to do a career change at that point. I'll probably go and yank a good chunk of this out and put GPP in. Jay, does GPP have scaling built into it where you can make it the size of the real solar system? And if so, does it also, when you do that, account for the thrust to weight ratios of the fuels? Or do you have to install something different to modify that? Okay, so now we know that there's no other possible thing to add to it. We're just going to relaunch the video now. And we will be going to Minmus. Sigma dimensions. Okay. I'm assuming that's probably in the documentation too, right? And lift off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Jade, if you could, would you give him permission for link? Bunch of sharing there, Obama. Yeah, odd. I wonder why I thought it was a link. There you go, Jade. Moving over to eastern approach. The fun part is doing all this without any RCS controllers. I still haven't got those unlocked yet. I favored the mobile processing lab over the RCS so that I could start processing technologies earlier in other biomes. Oh, that makes you a lot of tech early game. Getting orbital insertion burn. We also need to rescue that guy at some point. I need to make a rescue boat. It's going to be hard to do now. I probably want to do that after I get RCS though, because rendezvous is not going to be easy without RCS. I mean, it can be done, it's just miserable. And we are approaching Apoapsis. Beginning normalization burn. Yeah, I call the technique for docking and rendezvous, I call it kicking the ball, because 90% of the time you're kicking either the prograde or retrograde indicators towards the target or the anti-target, depending on if you're ascending towards it or declining towards it. There's two ways to approach a rendezvous. from the higher orbit or the lower orbit. So depending on the direction you're going, is which ball you end up kicking. I tell you what, in a couple of minutes, I will actually play a video of the hardest docking I have ever done. It was when I put a third piece of my space station on in a previous campaign back from before version 1. It's like trying to get 2 battleships for rub noses without damaging each other. It's also the most psychedelic space station that I've ever built. I color-coded the docking ports based upon the type of craft so that you know which docking port to go to. Because back in the day you didn't have a nav HUD that would actually tell you which port you were aiming at. Like you couldn't switch between them. You just, whichever one was nearest, or if you'd had to right-click on the one you wanted to go to. So in order to make it easier for me to navigate and figure out which port I was coming up on, I color-coded them. Red for juniors, green for standards, and then blue for tanker sized or Mark III bodies on the docking port senior. And due to the fact I set them up that way, and you had these massive solar panels, it came out looking like a giant disco ball. One moment, I'm just getting the link for you here. I'm going to actually play it back on the screen. All systems background here. This is also on my YouTube channel, if you ever want to visit it. I'll provide a link to that in the chat. So that's my YouTube channel if you ever want to check out some of the past stuff I've done. I'm trying to get all my videos uploaded to it because some of them have been going missing lately on Twitch TV for some reason. Alright, let's see how to add this here. Alright, let's see if that comes up. So that is the that was the Dragonation space station. I actually made that for a role play for a nation simulator called Cyber Nations. And in the role play, that was my space station for my main fleet. I had a fleet of small orbital craft, mostly XR-37Bs, designed for satellite maintenance and recovery, and for taking out adversary satellites. And I built that specifically for that and for my campaign inside of Kerbals. And as you can see, it looks like a giant psychedelic disco ball. And that's enough of that. Had some really nice music to go with it too. Alright, on to Minmus. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to get my orbit in alignment with Minmus. We are going to burn descending here. So where's my 180? Lagging on me again. One degree, close enough, or 0.1 degrees, close enough for me. Alright, so now where's Minmus at? Okay, Minmus is all the way over there. Let's simplify this networking list here. Good enough. Alright, so we're going to make our node probably about there. And maneuver. Let's see what it says to do with it. Whoa. I do not know why the periapsis indicator is glitching like that. It's pretty hardcore on its glitch. There's 70,000. That's not exactly where I want. Too far up. Remember, we're shooting for 350,000. It's the ideal scan altitude for both scanners, bone and radar. So if we can go ahead and insert ourselves at that orbit, it makes getting into your position a lot easier on your Delta V. Now we'll go ahead around to the burn node. Oh, re-entering? Just a little bit. It's not going to hurt anything. Bounce harmlessly off the atmosphere. Let's get over to that node. How many seconds of burn are we going to need? 1 minute, 2 seconds, and we're 2 minutes out. Give us time to correct our angling. Thank you, Jade. Have a good evening. Or morning. Whatever it is where you be. Have I made a base on an asteroid before? No, but it is a plan for this particular campaign, something I do want to do. I've actually got part of the mods are allow you to dock with an asteroid and to assemble a base on it. I do intend on doing that in the future. What is ESO? If you can elaborate on that, I can give you a better answer. Burn in about 30 seconds. Oh, much shorter now. Initiating burn. No, I have not played Elder Scrolls Online, but I have been looking at that game. I am an Elder Scrolls addict, like the original Elder Scrolls. If you were to look at my Steam profile, which I go by the same name on Steam, Maelstrom Vortex, I also have a dragon avatar there. I have a very, very large amount of time invested in Elder Scrolls, but not online, just in the original Elder Scrolls. Has somebody made my name popular on Elder Scrolls Online? I would not be surprised if they did. Whoa. How did that happen? Come on. Move, you. Now let's see. Let's get rid of this. Ah, great. It overshot. This is where lack of RCS becomes painful. That's fascinating. I did not know there were people named Vortex playing that game. But no, my name is actually much older than that. I have gone by Maelstrom Vortex since high school, playing in RPGs. Come on. Man, the lack of RCS is just really painful right now. There we go. I'm satisfied with that for now. Oh wait, there we go, that's even better. Amplitude, unfortunately I'm not familiar with those people. But yeah, I do like Elder Scrolls a lot. Will I ever play Elder Scrolls Online? Don't know. Right now, my wife is favoring an old game called Astoria, and I'm thinking I may join her on that at some point. But I'm probably not going to stream it if I do. My stream right now is dedicated pretty much to the KSP audience. Oh, we already, look at this, folks. It settled into an automatic polar orbit of Minmus. I didn't have to set it. It automatically locked itself in. That is beautiful. You couldn't ask for better. Yeah, I know. Lucky, eh? Especially after that botched maneuver that I had to recover from. What I want to do is I don't want to burn towards the sky. I want to burn north. I want to burn towards that pole and get that periapsis up higher. Because if I burn towards the celestial pole, I'm just burning away from the planet. I want to radialize outward some, and then once I'm at the periapsis, then I want to slow down the orbital momentum so it'll wrap around the planet. With no RCS thrusters, this is a pain. If I had any RCS unlocked at all at this point, this would take maybe 5 to 10 seconds. But I'm having to use SAS to move several hundred pounds of fuel. And it's a probe SAS at that. Alright, let's get this up to 350. Here's the fun part. I'm not sure that Minmus actually has a sphere of influence that goes out that far, but it looks like it does, otherwise it would toss me out into space. So, we should be okay for that periapsis, but I'm not promising anything. Come on, move. Move. How far am I out? 20 minutes. I got plenty of time. Remember that thing I told you about getting 2 battleships to dock? This is almost as bad as that. I go the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Crap. Oh my kingdom for an RCS thruster. A single RCS thruster just on the side of the ship. One. That's all I want. This will be worth it though once we get both satellites deployed. Remember, there's actually 2 satellites here. One is the orbital scanner satellite, and then there's just a general probe delivery system, which can be used as a secondary communication satellite to provide comms all around Minmus, which will help a lot for getting those first extra missions earlier. Yeah, Obama, the early grind really makes you appreciate RCS a lot. That much can be said. Alright, now we're going to circularize in some. Satellites provide communications. If you do not have a satellite link between your ship and your space center, you lose control of your probes. Any unmanned vessel without a satellite link becomes uncontrollable. Yeah, what Bomber Hunter said. So if I send an unmanned probe to Minmus and we didn't have 2 satellites in place at the very least, I would lose the probe. So they're kind of important to make sure you keep your ships and your science. That's good enough for me. The ship's too heavy to get into a perfect orbit with all that fuel on board. So when I separate the 2 out, that'll reduce the weight of each satellite and allow both to maneuver easier. What I'm using actually isn't the Galileo's Planet Pack, Bama. It's actually called Interstellar Adventures. It's actually, I think, possibly bigger than Galileo because it adds additional, well, I think Galileo also adds additional star systems, but this one adds about 5. Like, let me go out here. So there's the Kerbin system. There's your traditional Moho, Eve, Duna, Grace, Jewel. And then you get Sarnus, and you start getting into the special planets. Urlum, Nidon, Locke, and way out here is Sulfar. And then you go out even further, and you start getting these. There's Brachia, the furthest planet out. There's the first star, Niobe. There's a second star, TRAPPIST-1. Fun fact, TRAPPIST-1 is based on that new solar system that NASA recently found that had theoretically 7 Earth-like planets in it. So that is an actual solar system. It's modeled after an actual solar system in reality that is a strong candidate for harboring life and other Earth-like planets. There's Cervantes, which is another star, K23, yet another star. And the furthest one out, way over here, is Lich. Lich has names related to fantasy and it's kind of fun. So let's take a look at her right quick. Focus view. Whoa, and Lich is a neutron star. And there's its lone planet, Draugr, or Draugr. Draugr, if you're familiar with Neverwinter or other fantasies, is supposedly the home, the dark dwarves. So yeah, it's a fun mod, and to get this far out, it's going to take some really special technologies. Now the question is, how do I get back to, there we are, back to my satellite. Yeah, you get warp engines late game. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to make it out there, is to build a starship with warp. Alright, so we just got finished with that orbit, so let's go ahead and start the separation process and get our other satellite deployed. So there's the fairing release, it's successful. And here is our brand new shiny communication satellite. Which, interestingly enough, is out of communications with home. And I'm betting it's because the Space Center is probably on the other side of Kerbin. That's weird. If either one of those has communications, the other should also. I think that's a bug. Let's check. No control. There's a communications relay right next to it. Alright, let's get this one to where it should be. It's probably a bug, and if so, I'll clear it, but I'm going to go ahead and move this satellite and see if that helps any. Because it could be that the satellite here might be obstructing the other satellite's signal in some manner. Now this one we need to go around the equator, so we're going to accelerate time some. I'll switch to the other satellite right quick and see if it's able to see anything. Yeah, there's definitely a connection back. So, I mean, there's no obstruction. But we'll work on getting the other one to an equatorial orbit and see if that improves anything. You mean the one on the Space Center? Well, let's just say it allowed us to get all the way here, allowed us to get into orbit, and then suddenly, just out of nowhere, it cut out. So the range should be plenty. I mean, this satellite clearly has control still. See, it's able to burn. And if this one has comms, it should be able to communicate with the other as well. Okay, let's see which way this burns. That's going to take us it's going to take us retrograde. We're going to fix that. We don't want to go retrograde, we want to go in the opposite direction. Well, if it is a bug, I can clear it, so we'll take care of that in just a moment if this doesn't fix things. And if time doesn't fix things, because if it is just a matter of the space station being on the other side of the planet, that should resolve itself very shortly. I mean, the orbit's already established. It's not like it's going to go off flying in space. Minmus has it firmly attached. Okay, I believe that's as good as we want to get with that one. Alright, switching to the main satellite, and we'll see if we can get communications here anytime within the next 24 hours. We'll give it a couple of rotations for it to go around poles, if it picks up. It does not be clearing the lock bug on it. Yeah, that tears it. It should have comms right now. See? This one has plenty of power. This one, nothing, even though it's got everything it needs. Definite bug. So, we want to fix said bug. Debug menu. Clear input logs. And there we go, communications reestablished. I hate having to do that, but, well, a bug's a bug's a bug. Alright, now that everything is up and running, check for science, and broadcast it home. What I think happened is when that type of fairing that I'm using is a special fairing that counts as a cargo holder, and when the fairing deploys, it's supposed to clear the locks on the craft as it deploys it. I have a funny feeling that that didn't happen. Big Went, Bleed, Iceman, welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard, fellas. And we got a scan starting a Kerbin, or of Minmus, so let's check and see if the scan set's set up correctly. Alright, celestial body we want. Let's check out Minmus here. Ooh, that's ugly. We might need to adjust that just a little. Fire the engine. Good a lot. Nope. Oh, definitely not. Alright, we're going to fix this stretch it out some. See, these teeth, they need to be spread out kind of evenly, like that. Better. I think it could be better. Need something to tune with. I really wish I had thrusters. Ah, perfect. Okay, notice the zipper pattern on the blue and the brown? That's what you're looking for across the middle. That should give us a nice even feed. We've got it just the right altitude to maximize its coverage. We should have a full scan of Minmus in like 1 or 2 passes. Let's go see how the moon's doing. Look at all those anomalies. Just for the record, gentlemen, the Armstrong Memorial is right there on the south of the crater, and I will be building my lunar base right next to the Armstrong Memorial. The Armstrong Memorial is built on a simulated location on the moon where the Apollo landings occurred. What you're looking at, Plead the Fifth, is called ScanSat. It is a mod that makes scans of the surface of the different planets in the game. Once you've scanned a planet, you'll be able to see all of its resources if you have the proper resource scanner with it. So I could look at ore, aluminum, carbonite, whatever happens to be on the surface that might be usable for a mobile base. Eventually I will build a base on the moon that will allow me to launch ships from the moon. Imagine not having to fight the gravity of carbon, but the moon's gravity instead for a launch. That's what's going to be in the future for my space program. I'm also going to be building a similar base on Minmus because, well, even though it doesn't have as many resources, Minmus is even lighter for its gravity. So it may take a long while longer to fill up the ship and get a ship built on Minmus. But once it's done, it will be able to go just about anywhere. Yeah, it's a beautiful addition for satellites. On top of that, the marking of the anomalies, what you're seeing there, these are Easter eggs that developers put inside the game. And if you visit these locations, you'll find special objects. So when I'm going through my campaign, I'm going to make it a point to intentionally visit each one of these anomalies. Say, for example, when I get a lunar tourist mission. So when I take my tourists to the moon, I'll be actually taking them to landmarks, which will be kind of fun. Now this is what Kerbin looks like. Oh, I think we can still see the biomes right now on the moon because I sent a biome scanner up there. Let's take a look for that. Biomes. It gets better. So here's all the biomes on the moon. So if I need to get science from a particular biome that I haven't visited yet, I know exactly where they're located. I don't have to hunt around for them. Here they are. Now, say for example, I wanted to land at the Armstrong Memorial and I can't see it from space, so I need to know where to land. So I right-click on the part of the map I want to see, and I get a smaller map, which shows a more precise view. Then I can zoom in, recenter, zoom in more, recenter, now here's where it gets really fun. So I know exactly where the memorial is at. I'll place a target marker on it. And we're going to have to go to the moon to see this. I think we're done here anyway. Let me see if we get all the science. Yeah, we got all the science. Okay, so let's go visit the moon right quick. Come on, zoom out. Zoom out. Thank you. Focus view on the moon. So where is the memorial? Oh, look! There's a giant green X where I need to land. See? Every time I move it, the marker moves with it. So I can perfectly pick where exactly I want to go. The mod is called ScanSat if you want to use it in your game and you have a computer to put it on. If you're on console, you're kind of out of luck, and I am very sorry for you. So I will go ahead and clear this because we don't actually need it for right now. Okay, so our mission schedule for tonight, we actually went over the planned objectives. We were only going to go and put a satellite system around the moon, but we also got Minmus, and we got our biome, and we got our altimetry scan. So it has been a very successful mission evening. We've also probably made a load of money. Matter of fact, let's go check, see how much. Oh, there's all that. 84 grand. 79 grand. And that was with one ship. One vessel. And that's the key to really getting your early game going in the career mode on normal. When you're fighting for all that money and for all that science, you got to make it so that your ships can perform multiple tasks at the same time. And if you can do that, you can get away with, well, making a lot of cash. Yes, a lot of Kerbucks. Big fat dragon horde. Almost up to 1 million again. Ooh, something landed at a tracking station. That's not good. That makes it get my money back though, at least. Okay, let's go take a look and see if we left any debris in orbit, because we're going to have to clean that up. Terminate. Terminate the debris. Terminate the debris. These are probably the fairing pieces that I blew off releasing the satellite. Terminate the debris. And look now at our satellite network. We've got comms all the way out to Minmus. We've got comms around the moon. We've got comms all over lower Kerbin orbit, and one geostationary ComSat. So our network's looking really, really healthy now. We should hopefully have very little trouble landing anywhere we want to on the moon or Minmus. We may have some challenges still with Kerbin, though. You'll notice right now that there are no satellites on the other side of the planet. So there is a period that we can see right now where there's still no satellites, which means our network isn't fully complete yet and still needs some work. But it's in a really good shape, because in any situation where Minmus is on one side of Kerbin and the moon is on the other, we're going to have full coverage on the planet's surface, on Kerbin's surface. So a really, really good start to our network. And that's with the early communications dish. We're not using any of the high-range antennas. We're just using satellites which have an array of 8 mirrored basic antennas. So let's see what's next on the docket for our contracts. Oh my God, Bahama Hunter, how did you get stuck in orbit? How did you get stuck in orbit, dude? What'd you do? Oh, did I happen to mention that I have a mod that turns my streamers into Kerbals? I guess we better go Soviet. Suborbital flight, suborbital flight, suborbital flight. Gee, these are easy. Yeah, we'll do all those. We have enough tech to unlock a new tech tree. So let's go take a look, see what we have open. Where are the procedural wings? That's what I want more than anything, is my procedural wings, because then once I have those, there they are, procedural wings. I'm going to have to save up for that, though. I'm going to need 90 more. The reason I want procedural wings so bad is since I unlock procedural wings, I'm going to start doing a historical aircraft series. I'm going to start making things like the SR-71 Blackbird, the D-21, possibly a B-52 bomber. Lots of fun stuff. Although for career mode they're not too useful, so I won't ever actually use them for a mission. They're only going to be for pretties and for show. So I want this so bad I think I'll actually delay. No, we need the RCS too bad. Yeah, we absolutely need that if we're going to accelerate our missions any. That's okay though. There's still plenty of opportunities, especially when we land on the moon, to get that 160 tech we need. So we will go with this first. Oh, requires 90. I thought it was 60. My mistake. We're short by 13. All right, now that we have some decent coverage on the planet, we can actually try to do some of these longer range scan missions. So let's see what we have on the surface of Kerbin that we can go grab for science. Yeah, that RCS is kind of important if you want to do satellites and you want to do stable landings on lunar surfaces. So if I'm ever want to make it to the moon and get my first lab on Minmus, which is a very high priority, I'm going to need RCS. And I'm probably going to need a bigger thruster. We're probably looking about 180 more tech before we can actually get to the bigger wings. Alright, so where am I at? Space Center, where are you? We in the dark. We are in the dark. I think that's a... That's the desert over here. Yeah, it's the desert. Yep, we're definitely in the dark. So the nearest ones to us are crew reports. Oh, it's placed above 18.8. We can probably do that now. Alright, let's go to the space plane hangar. Ooh, we got a couple of new ones. Biome scanner Kerbin and a biome scanner Minmus. We're already working on that one, so let's go ahead and turn it on. And we'll have to put a new satellite up for Kerbin because we didn't actually have the biome scanner when we put up our first original satellites around Kerbin. So it will need a new satellite, which will help us with our flushing out our coverage. But as I said before, we need to go ahead and get out and grab those crew reports. Yep, bonus candy. Yum yum. Please him, thank you for the follow. Or plead the fifth. I hope you've enjoyed the programming so far. I hope to continue to entertain everyone, especially when I get to... My specialty is really the historic aircraft. You guys haven't, I don't know if you've seen my first videos or not, so I'll show you a few of the ones I started off with right quick. This is the original biplane of science. Stage 1 tech used it to go collect local science. Notice the fact that it only has mystery view on the wings. This was literally my first craft launched, with an emergency parachute to help it safely land in the event that the pilot felt they couldn't land it. I need to give that thing a name. This is the second iteration of it, which, as you can tell, has a lot more science involved on it and can carry 2 crewmen, usually a pilot and an engineer, and also had parachute safe recovery features. By using parachutes to land in the event something is unstable with the, like say for example I knocked a wing off, it will save you a lot of money. It keeps you from losing your craft. So you just fly over the Space Center, over the runway, you pop your chute, and then it lands nicely on its landing gear. But this is the one we want right now. We want the side jet. Oh. And this is my local probe. It looks like a Tomahawk cruise missile. But onto the side jet. This is my supersonic side jet. It uses a Panther engine. Actually, it uses a special engine, which I think is from one of the mods. It mimics the behavior of the engine from the SR-71. Its output is extremely high. Matter of fact, if I operate it at full power at maximum altitude and get up to speed, it risks blowing the engine up without a pre-cooler, so I don't run it near max speed most of the time. For that reason. This plane also pulls extremely high G's on turns. I actually used it to I use it for the high G intra-atmosphere missions. I try not to do high G suborbital or orbital missions because they're about impossible to pull off, because thrust required to knock the Kerbals out in orbit or in a suborbital path is so high that usually you'll leave, like if you're on suborbital, you'll go into orbit, or if you're trying to do orbital, it'll throw you out of the Kerbin system. So it's really tricky. I have done it before, but it took facing, I think it was 16 SRBs in 2 different directions on the same ship in order to pull it off. Basically, you accelerate them real fast one way to get them to black out, and then you turn the other 8 SRBs on and fire back in the opposite direction to keep yourself from leaving orbit so that you can recover to the planet. It's crazy to do high G. I try to avoid those because I don't enjoy them. Too much risk. At least for, career mode early stages. Maybe later. The high G maneuver ones? Not typically. It'll burn the engines off. Well, this thing will burn the engines off if you don't have a pre-cooler on it. The wings don't burn off usually unless something really severe happens. Yay, not mission. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the cockpits in here are really nice. And you can even see the extra stars added by the mod in the night sky. along with the moon. Sometimes you get eclipses. Oh, this is one of my most stable craft. I worked on this for the last couple of days, hammering out the design. I only recently unlocked the engine for it. And it can definitely pull Mach. Let's see, let's set this as target. This thing handles like a Sukhoi, a packed thaw. It can turn on a dime. Taking it up to altitude, it will perform best. It does best around 10,000 to 15,000 meters. Oh, I forgot to turn this on. Ooh. This must have been before I changed the RCS to toggle the engine mode. Alright, let's get it wet here. There we go. Yeah, it was doing 300 something meters per second without afterburner. Watch that baby glow. You know, I haven't unlocked radiators yet. What I'm doing right now may be extremely dangerous. Remember how I told you the engines can explode if you get them too fast? You gotta be careful about that. I have to throttle back some to keep it from overheating. This particular design uses a unconventional, unorthodox landing system. It actually has 2 front, 2 rear sets of landing gear. Matter of fact, did I remember to pull them up? Yes, I did. So you got your 2 rear landing gear here, and then you got 2 more centrally placed landing gear on the front. Now, the reason I do that is because it helps to land on unsteady terrain. So the wide wheelbase keeps you from tipping over and allows this jet to actually kind of act like a drone on rough terrain. You can roll it around pretty easy without tipping over. Like if you had the single front wheel, like most aircraft designs have, and you take it onto rough terrain, it'll want to pitch left or right. This thing, it'll just move up and down on the left and right side along with the motion of the terrain, so long as it's not too extreme or too sharp. And now that we're at a high enough altitude where we're not going to burn up, I'm going to go ahead and pitch the engine up. We should hopefully be over the area soon. Go ahead and give it some additional speed here. While we're traveling along the way, let's just see if there's any signs we can pick up. There is not for the moment. My altitude reading. Altitude is good. It is also extremely stable in accelerated flight, as you can see. So you can take it up to time 4, get yourself to places without any trouble. And by the way, if you ever want any of my craft files and you have the ability for me to give it for you, I can put it on a Dropbox and just link it to you. And you can pick it up from the Dropbox. So if you ever see one of my crafts that you want, just let me know. I am more than happy to share any craft that I make. My theory is if you spend enough time playing the game, you'd be able to figure it out and do it yourself. None of these designs are going to be that unique unless you're EJSA. That guy makes stuff that I could not even fathom making. Did I just fly through it? No, okay, we're good still. That's the thing about time work. Gotta be careful not to fly through your target. Well, there's an EVA report, but do we want to have Jeb get out while it's cyanizing with plasma? Or can I fly off into God knows where? Hey Jeb, step outside. So far, it looks like we've collected most of the science up this way. Okay, we just entered the waste, so let's get our crew report here. Crew report, where are you? Alright, mission complete. And that's another mission that we weren't expecting quite to get to this evening that we managed to complete. Yeah, I've seen Jeb jump out of cargo bay, so. Alright, so we want to turn around and go back to zone 73.8 and 73.8. What altitude does it need? Will be part of the quad set. Here we are above. Okay, so yeah, these are going to be high altitudes also. Alright, so let's turn this baby around. Alright, Jeb, show off. Show how fast you can turn this baby. And no, flying into the ground does not count. Yeah, they say flying into the ground doesn't count. The problem is I'm in upper atmosphere right now. Upper atmosphere, nobody turns well. There's nothing to turn on. But as he gets lower and lower in altitude, the jet will pull harder and harder up until he faces in the right direction. So the key is to get the momentum of the craft to also change with you so that you don't stall or anything like that, which is why we're doing an inverted S. Is that a mountain? Please tell me that's not a mountain. Oh, it's just clouds. Oh, freaking cloud banks scare me to death. I thought for sure that was a mountainside. Okay, don't burn the engine up, Jeb. Set it back. Before it blows off. There we go. I'm really looking forward to the pre-cooler. I do not like having to throttle back. Everything's starting to warm up, even the belly of the plane. Yep. Fast. I got a funny feeling we may not have enough fuel to make it on this one trip, so we'll probably have to land and then go on a second journey to the south. Well, we've already spent about half our fuel in one direction, so that means that we won't have enough return fuel for travel the same distance. The good news is on the second mission, we're going to be able to complete 4 in a row and then return to base. So I'm going to go ahead and take the conservative approach, land Jeb, and then take him out again. Let's clear navigation over here. And then we get to do the fun part. We get to try to spot KSC, the Space Center, on the coastline in the dark at altitude. Yeah, the range is good on this jet, but, well, not quite that good. I mean, even at 0.08 per second, it's still quite a bit of time to get all the way over that distance and back. For the missions that involve temperature and pressure, I don't even use this plane. What I do in those situations is I launch a missile with that jet probe you saw on the launcher, and it goes into an insertion window on the side of the planet where it needs to be. Jettisons the probe, and then the probe simply starts its jet engine and runs around and picks up whatever needs to be grabbed. And that one probe, since it has the same engine as this jet, easily reaches speeds sometimes in excess of like 1.5 kilometers a second. So it's got plenty of speed to get back and forth through all the missions in a very quick amount of time. I need to actually start looking for the landing zone here. Where are we? Oh, we're going west. Need to turn. High speed, high altitude turn coming up. Difficult to spot things on the coastline when you're nowhere near the coastline, you know what I'm saying? Like, Jeb, wake up, going the wrong way. I was so busy looking at the scenery, I just got distracted. You know, I heard in the DLC they might have parachutes for the Kerbals, which would put a completely new spin on things. But what you could do then is fly over a space where you needed to do crew reports, but you didn't want to land, with a probe core on your aircraft, launch the Kerbal, pop his parachute, what's going on, Jeb? Did you black out? So yeah, you could launch the Kerbal separately from the aircraft, pop its parachute, where are we at? Still quite a distance away. And then take control of the plane again, take it back and land it. So your Kerbal will be out in the field, but your aircraft will be back at home because it's broken. Yeah, I think so. There goes the engine again. Okay, looks like you can start stop banking. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slowly, compadre. Thing wants to maneuver so bad that it doesn't want to control proper. There we go. Get some time acceleration going to get us to the Space Center. Yes, yes, I'm aware of the Highlands. Yes, yes, I'm aware of the Highlands. Alright, we're getting close. Full tower. Beginning approach. Please clear the airspace. Switching over to normal engines. I can see the Space Center now. It's way out here. Gotta line it up. Wow, did it get hot. Definitely need that pre-cooler, and I definitely need a radiator. That is one warm plane. I am gliding in. I think we'll get the next missions tomorrow. After I land, I'm probably, unfortunately, going to have to hit the bed. Got to get up around 6 hours from now and head to my main job. But this has been an incredibly productive evening. I didn't actually expect to get this far. I had a lot of technical issues the prior nights, keeping me from being able to actually complete many of the missions that I wanted to do due to resource usage issues. But I got all those lined out. Everything's running smoothly now on the stream as well as in the game, so hopefully I'll be able to do this every evening now with this setup. Yes, it is. I've considered installing that actually. But I've got so many mods right now. I've got 50 mods in total, so that if Kerbal crashes, it actually takes me 5 to 10 minutes to recover to get it to launch again. So if I get a serious bug that causes the game to totally dump, I am like totally screwed. By the way, you guys typically land from cockpit view or from first person, like outside the craft? Or should I say third person? Oh, here, where's your light set? You're supposed to have lights on somewhere. I don't have any electrical charge. No wonder I have no light. Whoop, I did not mean to do that. I meant to make sure my engine was on. wonder why my lights were off. Apparently I wasn't producing enough electrical charge to recharge the batteries from the lights that I was using while I was flying. Oops. Good news is this will have negligible impact on my ability to land for multiple reasons. I usually land like this in first, unless I got damage. Especially in this plane, it's a jewel to land. Problem is I ran out of electrical power. I can't start my jet engine back up. And I accidentally deployed my chute, so I'm not going to be able to glide in. So I'm not going to make it all the way back to the space. Actually, I know exactly what to do. We land the plane, we wait for the sun to come up. I think it's got solar panels. It's got solar panels, so we can do this. Did I put solar? Did I forget the solar panels? I'll have to fix that. I always keep 1 or 2 solar panels on just for an emergency, because in a situation where my jet loses its engine and loses power, what will happen is these chutes will deploy. It'll settle to the ground on all 4 wheels, because the parachutes are at the center of gravity. And then after it does that, the next morning when the sun comes back up, it gets its power back, turns its jet engine back on, and cruises on back to the space center. Haven't got that luxury this time. But that will be corrected as soon as we get back and I remove the design flaw. Don't land on your nose. What are you doing? Oh goodness, I got a bad bump on the parachutes and now they're tangled up and won't let me twist. Whoa, how did that start? Are you telling me I can start the jet engines, but I can't? I can start the turbofans, but I can't start the jets? What the heck is up with that? See if I can correct this by landing. Not going to be able to do it. All I'm going to do is bust my nose off. Be very gentle. There goes the nose. Ooh. Well, what do you know? We don't have any science from here. Talk about luck. Oh look, you crashed in the one biome you hadn't got science from yet. Typically I use probe cores. For a minute there, I thought, look at Jib! Jib's glowing with heat! How did that happen? Yeah, I know you're a hot dude, but wow. Glowing red Jeb. That's the first time I've ever seen that in any campaign. Must have been a bug of some kind where it passed the heat to him somehow. I was cooking my Jeb. Fried Jeb for breakfast, anyone? Hey, I'm a dragon. I would eat him. And we have science. Lots and lots of unexpected science. And lots of money. Alright, so sorry fellas. Cat went down for just a moment. So I'll tell you, and you just repeat anything you said in the last like 30 seconds. All right, go ahead and repeat anything you said in the last 30 seconds because I missed it because the chat collapsed. But anyway, yeah, we just picked up a ton of science and we got the money from the mission. We are almost at a clean million. We've got enough science now we could probably unlock something. So let's go ahead and get the thrusters with that unexpected science cash. Unexpected science is best science. Hey, Fagwent, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, you're just catching me as I'm wrapping up for the night. Hopefully you'll be able to follow with me tomorrow. The video for this will be up to watch soon. I'm also going to export it to YouTube, so be watching for that. And if any of you have anything to say to me before I leave, you've got about 5 minutes. I'll be shutting down. And that is our campaign for the evening. I hope you all enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you back soon. I really enjoyed our time together and our chatting over the course of the events of the game. And yeah, you'll see some really epic stuff if you stick around in the future. I got a whole moon base planned, a Minmus base planned. Going to do all the Easter eggs, visiting the anomalies. And hopefully, once we get a bunch of the tech unlocked, which will take a little bit of time, but will happen, I'll be visiting those stars in the near future. You as well, Obama. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody else in the stream. Let's see, who do we have here? So, Fagwent, Iceman, Lead. Hope to see you guys again. Remember, my start time is usually early morning Eastern time, so you'll usually see me starting up between 12 and 3 a.m. If you don't see me by 3 a.m., you can assume I probably went to bed for the evening because I was exhausted. I'll also update my channel. You'll notice that I've got dates and times and what I plan to do for the evening. I usually post those in the middle of the day, so if you're wanting to watch me that evening, you can know what to expect. And if I don't post anything there, or I say that I'm not going to be broadcasting that evening, you'll know in advance that I'm not going to be around. So yeah, just check the channel information at the bottom and the stream, and if you see that I've got updates there, you know what to expect for the day. Have a great night. This is Maelstrom Vortex, Dragons in Space, signing off.